All right, folks, good evening. Welcome to the council meeting for Monday, January the 30th, 2023. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et portez le paix, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. And I will look now to Councillor Lindell to read the land acknowledgement.
The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabeg peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Acknowledging this is a reminder that our great standard of living is directly related to the resources and friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. We will move on to the mayor's report. And during the budget meeting last week, Councillor Garcia at Standing Budget Committee, he was elected chair and announced that he was not in favor of long chair reports. Could not tell if that was a shot at me or the previous inhabitant of that chair. I will take personal responsibility for that, and I won't apologize because this one might be a little bit long tonight as well. Thank you for joining us tonight. I do want to begin on behalf of council and city staff to extend condolences to the family and friends of Mr. Barry William Bowers, a retired City of St. Catharines firefighter who passed away at the end of January. On February 3rd, flags at all city facilities were lowered in honor of Mr. Burrows, and we send our condolences again to the friends and family of Mr. Burrows. In news last week, I had the opportunity to visit Ridley College and meet with Headmaster Ed Kidd, the Assistant Head of School Jay Treadway, as well as Board Chair David Carter. I was also able to tour the campus and get a behind-the-scenes look. Some of you may have noticed the construction activities going on at Ridley. The new facilities include a new learning commons and a music conservatory, along with a performance hall, as well as a 5-court squash facility and a new yoga and fitness studio. And I had an excellent conversation with the headmaster and staff about the possibilities that exist for continued partnerships between Ridley and the City of St. Catharines. I also had the opportunity last week to visit the Brock University campus and meet with new President and Vice Chancellor Leslie Rigg and staff to discuss the city's relationship with Brock and discuss how we can strengthen that relationship in the coming years. I also want to say thank you to the BUSU leadership for sitting down with me to discuss some of the issues related to student housing and how we can work with students in St. Catharines. Last week, I, along with a number of city councilors, attended the first of many public open houses about the former GM lands at 282, 285 Ontario Street. More than 250 residents attended the event to learn more about the corridor secondary plan study, which will help to establish a clear vision, goals, objectives, and land use policies, as well as permissions, and the implementation strategies required to guide the future development of that site. A reminder to anybody who's interested to head to engagestc.ca/Ontario Street Study. If you can't remember all of that, just engage stc.ca. It is right on the front page, and it's the first thing you see to take part in the public consultation. The City of St. Catharines is once again supporting community groups looking to establish new community gardens and or improve existing ones. This program provides the opportunity for incorporated charities and not-for-profit groups to apply to receive matching funds from the city for up to half of the eligible startup costs for community gardens, and you can check out stcatharines.ca/community gardens for that. The city is calling on new farmers and producers to apply for a space at the 2023 St. Catharines Farmers Market. Every spring, the market expands to include outdoor spaces from May to October. And anybody who is interested can visit stcatharines.ca/vendor applications. I just want to say to whoever in the IT department is making these really simple URLs, I appreciate it. The city's looking to shine a spotlight on the many people in St. Catharines who selflessly contribute their time and talents in helping make the community a better place. And nominations are now open for the Volunteer Recognition Awards. And I would strongly encourage all of my colleagues on council, as well as the broader community, to please put in those different nominations. All of us know individuals and organizations that are doing good work across the city. You can head to stcatharines.ca/volunteer awards. The nominations for that close on the 28th. And the last chance to purchase Jack Gatecliff seats has arrived. The city will be taking final orders starting today, right until noon on Friday of this week, when the sales will close. Each of the old benches weighs about 30 pounds. It's marked with sequential numbers indicating it's 2-seat numbers, and they're $150 each, plus taxes and fees. You can choose the color, and if you want, you can choose whether it was wall or floor mounted, something many people don't realize. A lot of those old seats were wall mounted, so you do have to do a little bit of retrofitting to put it on your front porch. But all seats from the pre-orders, all orders, pre-sale, and the last chance have to be picked up from Garden City Arena at 8 Gale Crescent on Saturday, March 4th. And for more information, you can check out stcatharines.ca/Gatecliff seats. A couple things to look forward to. At noon on February 15th, 1965, Canada's red and white maple leaf flag was raised for the first time on Parliament Hill, and on the same day in 1996, the National Flag of Canada Day was celebrated and declared. Our national flag is a symbol that unites Canadians and reflects the common values we take pride in, and so on February the 15th, take the time to remember and celebrate the Canadian flag. This coming Monday, February 20th, is Family Day. Lots of ways for you to celebrate together with your family through our city facilities and programming. There are free swims running throughout the day at the aquatic facility, the Kiwanis Aquatic Facility, from 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. You can check out stcatharines.ca/Kiwanis. There's public skating on February 20th, free public skate. Hour-long slots are available from starting at 9:30 p.m., and you do have to pre-register, so go to stcatharines.ca/activestc. Bill Burgoyne Arena will also host a free drop-in family skate from 5 until 8 p.m. You can pre-register the family for activities at the Port Weller Community Center and find some exciting things to do from 9 to 11 a.m., as well as from 9:30 to 10:15 a.m. And there are family indoor yard games like weather toss, cornhole, ladder ball, and Connect Four starting at noon. Family bingo beginning at 1 p.m. The St. Catharines Museum and Welland Canal Center also has fun and exciting, interesting things to do from 9 until 5 on Family Day. All kinds of fun and games, and you can check out stcatharines.ca/Family Day. I'm almost done. And the final thing, reminder that there are lots of events to take part in as we continue to celebrate Black History Month. I want to give a personal thank you to Rochelle Bush for the tour of the historical perspective of the BME Church. Just a couple of days ago, I gained a new perspective on Reverend Anthony Burns and the Reverend's contributions, not just to the city of St. Catharines, but the work he did to further the cause of emancipation. There's a full list of Black History Month events in the downtown at mydowntown.ca. You can also check out the performances at the First Ontario Performing Arts Center that are taking place this month at firstontariopac.ca. And on February 25th at 10:30 a.m., a special event. Join me at the official opening reception for the St. Catharines Museum's newest exhibition called The Last Stop. And this program will explore what life was like for freedom seekers and the development of the Black community in St. Catharines. Before I move on, that's the end of the mayor's report, but are there any additions that any members of council would like to bring to my attention? I'm going to go around the horseshoe, and I'm going to start with Councillor Lindell, followed by Councillor Stevens.
Just wanted to say on Friday, I had the opportunity to attend the PWPHPA hockey game between Team Sonnet and Team Adidas. There were 4,600 minor hockey teams, all girls pretty much, which set a record for the PWPHPA attendance. So St. Catharines, we got an attendance record out of that. But the amount of girls that were there were fantastic. And watching these players on our ice was amazing. And we were lucky enough that our house league team was picked to hold the flags on ice for the pregame ceremony, and my granddaughter was one of them. So that was a lot of fun too. So congratulations to us to holding that.
I appreciate you bringing that up. I was completely remiss in not mentioning it in the aftermath. I was also at the game that night, and I will say there was something, I think I tweeted about this. There was just something incredible to see all the young girls in the audience. They had homemade signs, just losing their minds and so excited. And for anybody who's ever been to a game, the Meridian Center can get pretty loud, but it was as loud as I have ever heard it. And I had a good chance to chat with some of the folks from the OHL and impressed upon them the fact that when we host women's hockey events in this city, we do better than just about anybody else in the country. The U18 IIHF Worlds a couple years ago, this event, and I told them, like, I hope there's more events coming back. So thank you, Councillor Lindell, for that. Councillor Stevens.
Just a reminder to everybody before you get out there and do those wonderful events for Family Day. The Grantham Lions Club is hosting a all-you-can-eat breakfast on Family Day from 9 till noon. So fuel up before you go and enjoy all the wonderful events the city has for you.
And I specifically left that one off, Councillor Stevens, because I knew you would not allow it to go by without mentioning it. So thank you for that. And if anybody else is going to the Grantham Lions, I will probably see you there. With that, we'll move on to item number 2, which is the adoption of the agenda, and I will look to the clerk.
We have 2 amendments to the agenda tonight. The first is that Councillor Townsend has provided notice that he would like to remove motion item 10.1 from the agenda to bring forward at a future meeting. So that's the one regarding support for Ukraine as the first anniversary of the war in Ukraine approaches. So that would come forward at a future meeting. The next is Mayor Cisco has requested an additional reason to go into closed session be added, and that's regarding correspondence received by councillors from QP Local 150. That would be closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)D, Labor Relations or Employee Negotiations. There's 3 items of additional correspondence in your sugar sink folders. The first is a confidential memorandum from the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. It's regarding 2022 citizen member recruitment. That's to appoint the individuals through the correspondence report. The second is a memorandum from Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding the update of the former YMCA site, and that's the update that was requested at the last council meeting. And finally is an item of correspondence received from the President of the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce regarding item 9.1, which is the patios.
All right, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Williamson, seconder. Councillor Townsend, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Item number 3, the council adopt the minutes of the special meeting of council held on January 23rd, 2023, and the council adopt the minutes of the meeting of council held on January 30th, 2023. Can I have a mover? Councillor Garcia, seconded Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor.
Yes, I have a conflict on the closed session of council tonight at, I think it's 2.11. I don't have it written down here, or down here with me. Hold on.
Regarding 320 Geneva Street?
It is 2.21. And I submitted my reason to the clerk this afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you kindly. As a reminder to all councillors, we do have to submit written statements. of declarations via the online form. With that, we'll move on to number 5, the motion to move the consent reports. And the following items have been requested to be moved from consent to discussion. The first one is item 6.2, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, P18-062-1, Lake Street Road Improvements from Welland Avenue to Ontario Street, Award of Tender and Budget Reallocation. That was Councillor Garcia that pulled that one. And the second is memorandum from the Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding the update regarding the former YMCA site, and that's been pulled by me. The motion is now then to approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion. Can I have a mover? Councillor Phillips. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Today's consent agenda includes item 6.1 from the CAO, Future of Garden City Arena Complex, item 6.3, Legal and Clerk Services, Consent and Discussion Reports, item 6.4, Legal and Clerk Services, Council Correspondence, and item 6.5, Financial Management Services, the 2023 Water and Wastewater Budget and associated rates. The approval of that report will set the public meeting for February 27th when Council will consider that budget. Councillor Phillips. Councillor Miller. Oh, sorry. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, on to public meetings, and the first one, 7.1, a recommendation report to amend the vital services bylaw to clarify that transient hallways are excluded from the prescribed requirements. Notice of consideration of the recommendation report to amend the vital services bylaw to clarify that transient hallways are excluded from the prescribed requirements has been published in accordance with the city's notice bylaw. Public meeting will proceed as follows. Number 1, staff will explain the proposal, and councilors will have an opportunity to ask questions at that time. Number 2, members of the public were provided with options to submit written correspondence. No items of written correspondence were received. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to RSVP with the Office of the City Clerk by 9 a.m. today, and the following individual has requested to speak, and that will be Saleh Waziruddin, who will be speaking via Zoom. Is there anybody else in attendance who wishes to speak? All right. Number 3, the public meeting will be closed and council will consider the report. The public meeting is now open, and I will now call upon Paul Chidoba, the Manager of Bylaw Enforcement, to explain the proposal.
Good evening, Mayor Cisco, members of council, and members of the public. Being brought before you today is a recommended amendment to the city's vital service bylaw for consideration. The intent of the vital service bylaw is to ensure that minimum standards are maintained to maintain the health and safety of tenants by ensuring they have heat in the cold, electricity and lighting to run appliances like stoves, fridges, and potable cold and hot water. When tenants utilize a shared hallway, it is for a temporary period of time. Those that are vacating the building or returning home would likely already be dressed for the weather conditions that are less favorable than those that are inside the building. Common hallways are not usually without any heat, but could reach temperatures below 20 Celsius as a result of air exchange for ventilation and exposure to external weather elements as persons enter and exit the building or utilize stairwells. The recommended amendment will still require that tenants are provided with adequate and suitable heat within their home or living space, which is the overall intent of the Vital Service Bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chidoba. Are there any questions of council? Just press the button. There we go. Councilor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Mayor. There was an article published in the Standard in December 28th talking about above guideline hikes to tenants' rents. And the reason why it's I think, pertinent to today's recommendation is that the building that they use as an example was 165 Ontario Street. And the owners of that building have done multiple renovations, and they've used those renovations to justify rent increases. But the one thing they haven't improved is the temperature in the hallways. So we've had a few complaints from that building about the temperature in the hallways reaching between 5 and 6 degrees. So it's kind of like, you know, if you were to have a room in your house that reaches 5 degrees and you have to live beside that room, because there's 300 units in that apartment building, and the doors that are beside the hallway, right, they're not exterior doors, they don't seal. So cold air goes through the bottom, cold air goes through the mail slot. And I guess I'm just, like, if we have a bylaw that, you know, can improve the life, improve the living conditions of 300 people, just like that, why wouldn't we use it, right? Like, if this landlord is raising rent and they're being negligent in the way that they're repairing their building, and we have a bylaw on the books that addresses that, why can't we use it in that case? Or why wouldn't we want to use it in that case? So that's kind of the question.
Mr. Chidoba?
Through your worship to the councillor, 5 degrees, for one, I can't speak to specific properties and specifics, but I can speak in a generality. And with that, I can say that if it was a concern of 5 degrees or 6 degrees, there would be more than, that's not inadequate heat, that's no heat pretty much. And at that point, there would be a different circumstance that would be utilized. So ultimately, there would likely be a maintenance issue or a maintenance concern. What happens with transient hallways is that there's some enforcement challenges that occur in a building if you have a sixplex and a shared corridor or a hallway. And when the door opens, the cold air comes all the way up. It makes enforcement of that very challenging. But ultimately, in the circumstance, I'm unaware of a circumstance that went to that extreme in temperatures. As indicated in the report to council, we did some investigations, and one incident where this was recorded was between 17.5 degrees and 19 degrees, which would be inadequate but not no heat.
Even though you did turn off your light, you do still have the floor, Councillor. Do you have any further or follow-up questions?
No, I mean, I understand that, yeah, it's difficult to measure the temperature in a hallway like that. That would take some time and resources. But yeah, I guess when you're dealing with those large buildings and you do get, like, this complaint is one that, you know, staff was, I think, CC'd in the email that I got from the gentleman. And yeah, I mean, there is a maintenance problem in that building, clearly. I guess what would be the other routes that you would take then to address that type of situation? Because you said if there are maintenance issues in the building that aren't being addressed, like, would there be another avenue for a resident experiencing that to take to address the problem?
Through his worship to the councillor, yes, there are other alternatives that we have to deal with maintenance issues. It would ultimately go under the property standards bylaw, where then we would have to look and investigate, see if there was actually mechanical failure, mechanical issue, and with that, a property standards order would be issued accordingly. In circumstances where there is no heat, though, it would be under vital service because it would be deemed immediate or urgent, as there's a life safety element.
Awesome, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions for Mr. Chidoba? We do have a presenter. There will obviously be an opportunity to question the presenter if councillors have that desire. And when the report is put back on the floor, if there are additional questions, that can be done at that time as well. All right, seeing none, then I will look to the council coordinator to bring up Mr. Waziruddin to be able to speak.
Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Saleh Waziruddin, and I'm a tenant in St. Catharines. I've been renting my entire adult life. I actually live in a building owned by the same owners of the building mentioned earlier by my ward councillor, Ratzlaff, which is a Right Real Estate Investment Trust. You shouldn't need to wear a coat or a jacket to go out into the hallway, which is what will happen if you let landlords off the hook to keep the heat adequate for common areas. A tenant obviously complained about the hallway being too cold, and our response is to change the bylaw rather than enforce it on the landlord. It's not actually too difficult to insulate and therefore enforce hallways from stairwells and entrances. The report itself says there was only a 1 to 2 degree difference of heat to make up. Weather stripping, plugging any gaps, and having adequate insulation goes a long way. Yes, we tenants live in the apartments, but we need to go through the hallways, not just to go out and come back in, but also things that don't require leaving the building, like taking the garbage down to the bins and other everyday life. We should be able to go about this outside the apartment itself without the discomfort of not having adequate vital services heat. The report says St. Catharines is the only Niagara municipality with a vital services bylaw. St. Catharines should be the one leading and pulling up the rest of the region, not racing to join the lowest common denominator. It should be that tenants in other cities say, look at St. Catharines. If it's good enough for St. Catharines, why isn't it good enough for us? We're not doing ourselves justice by reasoning that because no one else has this protection, we should abandon it too. As a manager of bylaw enforcement and licensing himself said on the Tom McConnell radio show previously, St. Catharines being by far the biggest municipality in Niagara means we have the biggest apartment buildings and more tenants, and the other municipalities are not comparable. Under the 2006 Ontario Tenancies Act, Regulation 51706, maintenance standards, maintenance of heat, maintenance of room temperature, Section 15.1 says about 20 degrees heat for, quote, all habitable space and in any area intended for normal use by tenants, including recreation rooms and laundry rooms, excluding locker rooms and garages. I'm no lawyer, so even if this doesn't apply to hallways, it's still a good concept to go by when looking at hallways, not just for any heat, but for adequate heat, because hallways are part of normal use for us. We don't just live in the apartment itself. Any place we tenants go through should have adequate heat, and the landlord should be made to keep it so. Please stick with the current rights tenants have. Get the landlords to keep the heat on to adequate levels so we don't need to dress up just to step out the door to see a neighbor down the hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wazirudin. Are there any questions of the presenter this evening? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, thank you for your presentation tonight. My question is, do you feel that the current bylaw, the way it is, does do enough, or do you think that we should be doing more within this bylaw?
We can always do more. I mean, there is an issue, not just in St. Catharines, but all over Ontario with, in the summer, keeping it cool in the hallways. There's a lot of room for improvement, but just for the issue here, I think it's going down a dangerous slope if we don't hold the standards for adequate heat in hallways.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Are there any other questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Wazirudin, for your comments. I'll ask again, is there anybody in the gallery who'd like to speak to this issue? All right, seeing none, Mr. Chidoba, any summary comments?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to bring back and reiterate that the full intent of the vital service bylaw is to protect the tenants within their residential unit to ensure that when they're living, that they're able to eat a meal and not be freezing, and at the same time being provided with minimum standards, water and so forth. But as we're discussing heat in this circumstance, it's primarily the rental unit. We've had 65 complaints registered for vital services in the city in 2022. That's 10 times more than the estimate that I presented to council when this came last year. So it goes to show that there is a need, and it does have a demand for our service. But at this point, we're focusing on the primary need, which is the internal rental unit for the tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chidoba. Can I have a mover to close the public meeting? Councillor Rassloff, seconded by Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? So that's carried. Public meeting is now closed. Is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the staff report? Councillor Harris, are you moving the recommendation, or Councillor Garcia? Okay. And seconder? Councillor Harris, okay. So we've got Councillor Harris and Councillor Townsend are up to speak. If anybody else would like to speak to the report, please add yourself to the queue. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager of bylaw enforcement. So we're hearing a lot of talk about hallways and stuff, and I guess, wouldn't it be the building code that prescribes exactly how a hallway is conditioned?
Through his worship to the councillor, there is an element that comes in with the building code and requirements for ventilation and air exchange.
Yeah. But we don't monitor that, correct?
Through his worship to the councillor, that'd be a question for the building division. I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. My question is in regards to what is the process right now for if a building does not actually have, say, heat on in the hallways? What does that process look like? A resident would complain to the city, and then bylaw would go in and fine the building owner?
Through his worship to the councillor, that's a very high-level summary as to what actually would occur. Ultimately, it would be complaint basis. We would need to get into residential dwellings, and with that, it would be required that we obtain permission to it. Even though they're inviting us there, we still have to give them a right of refusal. If we confirm that there is a standard below the minimum standard, below 20 degrees, a vital service order would be issued for immediate resolution. Basically remedy the issue as soon as possible. If we are unable to obtain compliance, then we do have other enforcement mechanisms that we do for escalates. We'll issue administrative penalties in order to generate compliance. But for the most part, the immediate order is enough to get either property management or a landlord to get things moved in motion. And we obtain the contact information if we don't already have it and get the ball rolling, so to speak.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, it is mandatory to have just heat in the hallway, AC? What does that, what is it? And I'm looking at this because some of the buildings in our city were built, they were built 50s, 60s. And I'm just wondering if at that time it was mandatory to have heat in the hallways in some of the older buildings that we have. Are there buildings that, I'm not sure if staff would know the answer to this, but are there buildings in the city right now that maybe don't have heat in the hallways because of the time they were built?
Through his worship to the council, it'd be a question for the building division. I need their expertise for that. But in regards to air conditioning, there is no set standard for that. If there was a defect, if air conditioning was provided and it was defective, then there would be a requirement to ensure it's maintained and repaired under property standards.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yeah, so just two follow-up questions. How many complaints have we got about, through the mayor, sorry. How many complaints have we gotten about from residents about this issue? And then just to be clear, like the reason for this recommendation is because it's difficult for landlords to keep hallways warm? Is that why it's being recommended, or is it being recommended because it's difficult for bylaw to enforce?
Through his worship to the councillor. So it is an enforcement challenge because, as explained, that the doors do open and close quite often. It's very difficult to keep that minimum standard there. But ultimately, it is the intent to deal with the primary rental unit, because not so much a transient space, which is not livable space. We're dealing with habitated areas that people live in.
Yeah, I've lived in apartment buildings, and when you have families in apartment buildings, hallways do become livable space. Like it becomes a common area. And the place where there is difficulty keeping it warm is the entrance. So you have a big 300-story building. I mean, the door opens, and in that lobby, yeah, I could see it being hard to keeping that lobby warm. But in a hallway that's 10 stories high, how is it difficult keeping that hallway warm? I don't understand, like why that would be a reason to change this bylaw. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Miller.
Just a question. If we remove hallways from the services bylaw, and I apologize if I missed this at the start, would there be any standard for temperature in the hallways, or it could be as low as the landlord really wants?
Through his worship to the councillor, as identified in a circumstance where we would have 5 degrees, for example, in a hallway, this is where there would likely be a mechanical issue inside the building, and this is when we would address the matter under property standards.
But there would be no, it's not like 20 degrees in rental units and 10 degrees in hallways. It would just be, it is whatever it is kind of thing.
Through his worship to the councillor, there is a difference between inadequate heat and no heat. And to have such polar numbers, there would likely be an issue. But overall, in the scenario provided in the report to council here, it shows that the variation was off by a few degrees.
Okay, yeah, I guess I don't feel particularly comfortable just having no standards for a part of the building. And it's probably a good way to find out if there are mechanical issues if residents know that if it's cold in the hallways that landlords are in violation of the vital services bylaw. So, yeah, I don't think I'm in favor of removing it.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other councillors with comment? All right then. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. Councillor Garcia, did you have comment? No? Okay. Everybody's touching buttons, but I've managed to sneak my way in, so we're good.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Stevens. And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's approved.
Moving on to number 8, there are no presentations this evening, so on to number 9, discussion reports. And the Economic Development and Tourism Services Seasonal Temporary Commercial Patio Program Update and Future Recommendations. Before discussing the report, Council will receive a presentation from City staff, so I will now call on Brian York, the Director of Economic Development and Tourism Services, Julia Ciolfi, I know I screwed that up, Economic Development Officer, Brian Appleby, the Manager of Transportation Services, and Margaret Josipovich, the Manager of Planning Services, to present regarding Seasonal Temporary Commercial Patio Program Update and Future Recommendations. And I assume that they will all be coming up to the front lectern, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not
That was
correct.
a joke. No, I didn't
okay.
expect that.
All right.
So,
They're going to pop out of the back. Okay?
Mr. York, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to have our team provide a presentation on the consolidation of the city's existing temporary patio program. After 3 unprecedented years of challenge and constant change, the city's restaurants and bars continue to rebuild their economic impact and redefine dining in both public and private outdoor settings. As an economic sector that relies heavily on in-person service and foot traffic, more than 60 establishments from across the city have participated in the program to date. Joining us this evening are some key contributing members of the review team who will take you through a series of slides outlining the rationale, process, and recommendations forward. Julia Ciolfi, Economic Development Officer, will kick it off for us. Over to you, Julia.
Good evening, Mayor Cisco and members of council. Can everyone hear me okay? Hearing none,
Yes,
that's a good sign. Thank you so much. So thank you for having us in front of you today to speak on behalf of this report. So I will lead in with this presentation and then pass it off to my colleagues to speak to you about the future of the temporary patio programs. So if we could go to the next slide, please. I'm not going to read this slide in its entirety, as it states the recommendations included in the report in front of you. Essentially, what staff are recommending to council today is to endorse an initiative that will streamline the process for food and beverage businesses to apply for temporary patio extensions during the warmer months. Through the report in front of council this evening, staff are recommending that the 2 existing temporary patio programs in St. Catharines be amalgamated into one annual program. The council provide delegated authority to staff to enter into agreements respecting this amalgamated program and to have the ability to update the guidelines and processes as required. And then in looking to the future, staff would be also directed to introduce program fees, aligning with our comparator municipalities in the 2024 rates and fees document and beyond. We could go to the next slide, please. I would now like to take this opportunity to provide some background on the existing programs that have been available to food and beverage sector businesses in St. Catharines over the last several years. First off, since 2014, the Sidewalk Patios and Pop-Up Cafes programs has enabled businesses to extend their service area onto municipally owned property. This program was then extended in 2016 to move beyond the sidewalk and include curbside patios in on-street parking spaces. This program has been supported to date through a 5-year application with a co-signed legal agreement that permits the applicant to lease the municipal property immediately adjacent to their business to be utilized for a temporary patio for the entire duration. And then the second program is the Temporary Patios for COVID-19 Relief Program, which began in 2020. This was started when capacity restrictions were put in place due to the pandemic and has provided for the ability of restaurants, bars, and cafes to utilize the outdoor space adjacent to their properties, whether on municipal or on private property. Those on municipal property were required to enter into an annual legal agreement, very similar to the process that exists with the Sidewalk Patios and Pop-Up Cafes program. Both of the programs I've described have provided a much needed boost to businesses who have taken the opportunity to innovate, pivot, maintain their operational continuity, and have helped sustain employment and placemaking throughout the pandemic and throughout the entire city. Over the past few years, staff have seen participation in these programs grow to over 60 businesses all across the city, which has created strong community support and animated neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Over the past few years, through the programs that I described, we have seen many patios that align under the two programs that were mentioned in the previous slide. These programs are intended to help food and beverage businesses, as I've mentioned. And we have witnessed some best practices and success stories, but have also experienced some challenges through steep learning curves and changing regulations. Staff have taken time to review past design. We have engaged with program participants. We have looked at our comparator municipalities and have met internally to take a continuous improvement approach that streamlines the process and have developed a program that cuts red tape and supports businesses within the scope of existing legislation, equity and accessibility, safety consideration, and policies. Next slide, please. With the seasonal temporary commercial patio program, businesses across St. Catharines will be able to participate. This will be citywide and not ward specific, and is intended to assist any restaurant, cafe, or bar who are looking to extend their service area into the outdoor realm, whether on private property, municipal property, or the municipal right-of-way. As the patios under this program are intended to be temporary in nature, these will be permitted to operate from April 1st through October 31st. The infrastructure used by these businesses must also be temporary. Seasonal temporary commercial patios cannot include any permanent fixtures or any elements that would require a building permit. But it is important to note that the scope of the report in front of council today relates to seasonal temporary commercial patios only. Any patios that are permanent and serve as a perpetual service area at an establishment do not fall under this program, and those will be continue to be administered through the site plan control application process administered by the Planning and Building Services team. Next slide, please. I would now like to introduce Brian Appleby, Manager of Transportation Services, who will describe the different types of seasonal temporary commercial patios. Brian.
Thanks, Julia. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here. As Julia said, I'll cover off a couple of types of patios that exist within municipal right-of-way or on municipal property. So you can see on the slide in front of you, these are probably very well known to everybody here. These patios are ones that exist within a sidewalk area or a concreted boulevard area. And these can be accommodated where we have excess sidewalk width so that our minimum standard of 2-meter clearway can be maintained, or if it's near the curb, that a half-meter setback from the curb can also be maintained. As you can see, there's also requirements for a clear zone at the corner, a sight triangle, if you were, to ensure that they don't impact sight lines for people walking, cycling, and driving. We have a few of these along St. Paul. I think everybody's quite familiar with that are quite successful and fit well within the downtown context. Next slide, please. And then other patio types that are also can be accommodated within the municipal right-of-way are these later shown within parking lanes, parking areas, parking bays, potentially in some live lane scenarios as well, depending on this situation, and ones that also straddle the curb onto the street itself. These diagrams show some options here. Again, maintaining a 2-meter clearway for accessibility where possible is a requirement that we have. We realize that not all of the sidewalks are 2 meters wide. So of course that image on the left is showing one where we have that. However, where we don't have the space, that is the potential option to use the street, preferably within a parking lay-by area or a parking lane. What's not shown on here is the potential for required roadside protection from vehicles to keep errant drivers out of the patios, of course, trying to balance safety of the patrons with the aesthetics as well. So that's something that's, again, isn't shown here and would be looked at on a case-by-case basis because it could potentially be a range of items that might be needed based on the context of the street where they are proposed to be located. From there, I'll pass it on to Margaret, who will, oh, sorry, no, next one. And there's also the private property. I believe Margaret is going to speak to these ones. These occur outside of the municipal right-of-way.
Thanks, Brian. So like Julia described to us, the patios on private property, some will come within temporary seasonal patios and some will come within the permanent patio program that comes through site plan control drawing. A lot of those changes, as described, will have some permanent structures on them and will remain all year long. Next slide, please. So as mentioned previously, the temporary patio program was established during COVID restrictions, and it was a quick response to immediate needs. The proposed program has been designed to streamline and clarify these requirements and process. So an application, a simple site plan of the temporary patio, and business license are the base requirements for application. Depending on the location and operation of the patio, there could be some requirements that trigger additional documentation to be submitted at the time of application, which is also outlined on the slide. The review team and the program administrator will work with the applicants to ensure that the applications are completed and all the information is provided correctly. Next slide, please. So in the summer of 2022, a survey was sent out to all previous program participants, and there was overwhelming support for the patio program, along with a desire to see the program continue into future years and continuation even if participation, if fees were introduced. So council has already waived fees for these patios for 2023. And the ability to extend business areas into outdoor patios was really a vital factor in the survival of many of the businesses, particularly in the downtown during COVID restrictions. Businesses that had room on the right-of-way extended their seating in front of their establishments, and then others found creative solutions, such as partnering with their neighboring property owners. One of the great examples of this is the Best Hidden Gem patio behind Merchant Ale House. Next slide, please. So echoing on the themes of the report that's been shared with this presentation, there are significant benefits of the SDC patio program for businesses and the community. So the utilization of outdoor space for patios creates a stronger sense of neighborhood and animates public spaces throughout the city, and it opens us up for more opportunities for event collaborations and resident participation. Staff are also looking to streamline the approach to this program for continued business support and continuity. Having the standardized guidelines provides the business community with greater direction and certainty in the entire process. Next slide, please. So the STC patio program will engage departments listed on this slide from across the entire city in the review and comment on each application. It's a collaborative team made up of departments that each have a vested interest in the patio approval process. And it's focused on supporting businesses and getting feedback on applications in a shorter and more time-efficient time frame while ensuring that each department's requirements are being met. And this can range from everything from zoning, functionality, life safety, insurance, and licensing, amongst others. Next slide, please. So should council approve the recommendations in the report before you, staff are ready to begin communication to the business community through various channels. Then applications will open in early March with the staff teams beginning bi-weekly approval meetings. Patios can be installed April 1st and all the way up until October 31st. That is it for our presentation. Be happy to take any questions at this time.
All right. Thank you to staff for that presentation. Before we get to questions, I am going to call upon Rachel Braithwaite from the Downtown Association, who is joining us by Zoom to make a short presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco. And thank you to everybody that worked on the report. I will say a huge thank you for involving us in the, getting our feedback and input. That really helped us make this very much shorter and sweeter for you guys. So I basically have three comments that I'd like to make with regards to this. I do think that the staff did excellent work. It's very thorough. And I would also like to thank council for waiving the patio fees again for this year, which is a fantastic lifeline for our businesses who are still very much in economic recovery mode. So my three comments with regards to the reports. The first one is the cost to implement the new requirements. So as many of you may be aware, the new requirements are that the patio be fully accessible, which I fully support. But many of our patios in the past, unfortunately, have not been able to support that because it is a high cost infrastructure. They either have to build a base that's level with the sidewalk, which is a little tricky. Some of our roads aren't very level as they are, or they have to install ramps. So there are some concerns from my businesses with regards to the additional fees that will be incurred just as they're still going in the economic recovery process. So I have two requirements as part of that cost concern. Is the first one, is there any flexibility around the CIP program facade improvement to perhaps allow for patio installations or the build out to be included in that? So there would be a 50% support initiative. My second is there any way that our businesses can be provided an agreement or some security so that they know that if they invest a lot of money in building this infrastructure this year, they're going to be able to use it in future years and that they won't see changes come into place? The second concern I have is the high insurance requirements. So $5 million liability insurance is quite high. You see in other places like Guelph, Windsor, Burlington, it's $2 million liability. So my request there would be that we maybe look to lower that if possible or have some flexibility around that. My third point is the increased flexibility for use. So I would love to see this be opened up as well to either retail or even for pop-up parks. This will really help increase the animation of our streets. And in places like the East End of St. Paul, where they don't have that beautiful streetscape design still done, they would love to have one of these be used as a pop-up park to add that greenery, add some seating that we currently don't have, and really help animate the spaces as mentioned. I think too, for retail spaces, by allowing them to have a temporary patio, it will not only allow them to expand their space onto the sidewalk, onto the street or sidewalk, but also will increase their accessibility. As many of you know, our downtown is beautiful and historic as it is. Many of our businesses are not accessible because they have steps and there's no way they can really fix that because the buildings are very narrow or tight with the sidewalk. So by allowing them to use a patio, this will increase their ability to serve accessible customers with accessibility needs. So those are my three quick things that I welcome council to consider, please.
All right, thank you, Ms. Braithwaite. Before we get into it, a couple of things were raised there, and I have a list of who I'm supposed to be calling on. So with respect to the flexibility of use, should I be looking to Ms. Josipovich? There was a question raised about the possibility of flexibility of use in terms of the ideas of pop-up parks or retail space. Could you comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's definitely something we can explore. It would probably fall under a bit of a different program rather than patio approvals, but it is definitely an option we can explore just because this is generally tied to occupancy within a building, liquor licenses that exist in buildings. It'd be more using city property or encroachment agreements, but definitely something that we can kind of explore separately.
Okay, and then I believe, Ms. Josipovich, you might be the next person, just the question with respect to liability insurance.
That one's not mine, but I can answer the CIP one if you like.
Oh, I'm gonna look to the Director of Financial Management Services for that one.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. With regards to the liability insurance, the city's policy for requiring the $5 million coverage, that is in alignment with the city's alcohol policy. We have reviewed this requirement with our insurance provider, and due to the fact that the exposure to roadway allowances, there is an elevated risk of injury and potential motor vehicle incidents with individuals. It is the staff's recommendation that the requirement for $5 million be continued for the patios.
Okay. There was a question with respect to the possibility of future guarantees, and I think and Ms. Braithwaite, you're still on the line, so if I get this wrong, please interrupt me. But basically looking at if an applicant is successful, goes through the process of building out their infrastructure, they would like more than simply the 1-year guarantee that they will be able to operate. So some form of grandfathering for an additional year or years. Is that the concern that was expressed?
Perfect, thank you.
So I'll look to Mr. York.
Yeah, through you, Mr. I'll start, and then perhaps I'll ask PBS to jump in or building. Yeah, so certainly, a guarantee is something that we can explore, but there is still going to be required to do annual inspections. We're talking about safety, accessibility, there'll still be an audit. So the application, the entire point of this process was to streamline the application process as we did through COVID, but really to bring it into a single source of approval using the team around us. So during COVID, weekly, I believe it was like every 3 days, we had meetings to get these approvals done so that business could respond and act faster and be open. The intent here is to continue that pattern. And if you're on a term, it's going to be an easier process if you made the investment for us to make that re-inspection.
I appreciate that. And I think everybody, including the businesses, accept 100%. There does have to be an annual inspection. Would it be possible to make it as a direction to staff to come back with information about the possibility of creating a multi-year approval, though, so that, because this is a concern that I heard during the pandemic, was people were worried, listen, I'm paying the money to build out this infrastructure. You're asking me to meet certain standards. I'm doing that. But that's a big capital cost to my business, and if I'm not gonna be able to use this next year, then I'm disadvantaged. And I know of at least 1 or 2 businesses who opted not to go into the program for that reason because they didn't know about the possibility of future years.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's certainly inspections that are going to have to be required to be done annually. However, the guidelines are flexible in that we have the ability to amend. Just as we're going to explore retail options, we can certainly look at including that as well.
Excellent.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, may I just make one correction? In the slide deck, we did have, one of the pie charts had an incorrect, I had a typo, actually. So if I could just clarify, there was a point that we asked those who wanted to continue to participate in the program if fees were introduced, and the numbers are actually 78% said yes and 22% said probably not. So I got a couple of texts pointing out that it was incorrect and the numbers didn't add up, but they certainly do now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. York. The math teacher in my soul, it thanks you for that. Okay, the last question, and I actually don't know who I'm turning this one to, but there was a question with respect to CIP. I'm gonna guess Ms. Douglas or, Ms. Josipovich.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically through the CIP, we focus on the community renewal and projects that are permanent changes to a building or property. Paying for something like purchasing patio equipment isn't something that we would generally cover, just because there's no really guarantee of the permanency of it remaining in that location and continuing to provide that community renewal. It is something we explored when we did review our 2020 CIP. We looked at additional landscape material, anything like that, that could kind of help with that streetscape vibrancy. And we did stick to pretty much everything that was more permanently installed. That really met the intention of what the Municipal Act and the Planning Act outlined for community improvement plan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Osipovich, for addressing those. At this point, do we have any questions for any of the presenters from council? I have Councillor Garcia, Councillor Kushner, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Townsend, and Councillor Dodge on deck, so I will turn it over to Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for the presentation. So my first question is just following up with what Director York just touched on as far as the fees. I know that the consultation said that a significant percentage said that they would be willing to pay fees because the program is so important. But my question is, when you ask these questions, did the respondents have any idea what level these fees could be at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they did, because there were existing temporary patio fees and permanent patio fees that were part of the discussion.
Super.
So it wouldn't come as a shock that we'd be re-implementing the existing fees and certainly growing them over time as appropriate.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director York again. So these fees would start in 2024, right? Because we forgave them for this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And at that time, do we do a further assessment when we set rates and fees for 2024 to decide what those fees should be? They're not necessarily exactly what's there, right? Or would they be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the schedule of rates and fees report will be coming in the spring, I believe maybe next month or the month thereafter. May? Thank you, Director. We will certainly do some additional consultation with the same group to determine the best path forward.
Thank you for that. A couple of questions on logistics here, Mr. Mayor. We looked at viewed so many examples there, but I was trying to follow. My understanding is that with the temporary program, we cannot have anything permanent there. It has to be removable. But some of these photos we looked at, people have railings. Are those railings not bolted down to the sidewalk for protection?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they are, and they're removed for the winter season.
And does that damage city property and cause freezing and thawing problems and so on when you have holes in the concrete? Or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any damage presented to date.
Thank you. Last question is, I think is with the site plan program, I noticed there was a requirement that the neighbor must approve. And I was wondering why that is, because it seems to me that you could have a really good need for a patio and you're willing to do everything, but perhaps your neighbor is in a similar business and can't afford it or is not interested, but it would put the neighbor in the position of controlling whether you get the approval or not. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to defer to my colleague Julia or Margaret on the line.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the requirement for the neighbor's approval is if you're looking to extend your patio in front of their property as well. So let's say that your neighbor is a retail store and not a restaurant establishment and you'd like a larger patio, we've given the option of you extending your patio past your own frontage with the neighbor's approval.
Oh, I see. So, but if they were just putting it in front of their own property, they would not require the neighbor's approval.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garcia. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions, but I'd like to declare conflict of interest on the portion of the report that refers to private property.
So
I'm
noted.
very supportive of the remainder. Thank you.
So noted, Councillor, and I'll just ask you to make sure you fill out the additional form. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to, I'll go with Director York. Just about enforcement when it comes to monitoring who's, how the patios are built, if the patios are infringing. I know last summer downtown there were a few incidences where certain restaurants decided to take over, well, the whole or the whole sidewalk, and it made it difficult for people to get around. Who will be in charge of that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the entire point of this process is to have economic development become a bit of the quarterback, if you will, for the application process, vet it through. You saw the list of departments that have been involved, and then be the boots on the ground for a good conversation with a neighbor and or a patio operator prior to engaging bylaw and going through that process.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, my question is in regards to the insurance. We did hear from our Director of Finance. Seeing Burlington and Guelph, even if you look at Burlington, they asked for $2 million liability insurance, and that Lakeshore Road in Burlington where patios are is quite a busy stretch. I'm just wondering, what is the impact to the business? I'm not expecting maybe to know off the top of their head, but is there a significant cost for a business to have $5 million liability over $2 million? Like, what are we talking?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I don't have the particulars on what the requirement would be for the business to acquire that additional $3 million in liability insurance. One of the reasons that our insurance broker has recommended that we remain at the $5 million is that when we're looking at establishments that also serve alcohol, there is a risk element that is involved with establishments that serve that. And also when it comes to the liability insurance, because of the legislation, the joint and several, should the property owner not have the adequate insurance coverage, then they would look to the municipality to cover any of those claims. And it's just about making sure that the risk remains with the property owner who is benefiting from the service they're providing.
Okay, thank you for that. At the right time, I would like to put that motion, the amendment on the floor, the motion to change it from 5 to 2, and we'll see how council feels about it at that time.
All right, thank you, Councillor. And I will look to Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to have some clarification, please. And it is in regards to when we're putting, it looks like the patios onto the road allowances. Do we have any locations that are like that presently?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Sorry, I was just getting through, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we do. We have several patios that were in existence last year along James Street between King and St. Paul. We also had a couple on St. Paul itself. We also had one on King that was very much like that. So differ slightly. Some were within parking bays, like on St. Paul. James was within a parking lane, so without protection on one side, and King was within a parking lane as well. We also did have one set up that was within a live lane that had been closed down to accommodate it. So several examples. St. Paul to the east as well. We had a nice large setup out that way. So they were quite prevalent, and they worked quite well. I believe there was a lot of uptake from patrons on using the patios themselves as well.
Okay, so just to refresh my memory, is that the locations where they had like the cement bollards? Is that the protection from the traffic?
Yes, correct. So through you, Mr. Mayor, there's various ways that you can protect the end of the patio. We're most concerned with patios that don't have any protection around them whatsoever. So the ones that are sort of set back into a parking bay that have a raised curb on either side of them, those are less likely to come in conflict with a vehicle. The ones that are sitting in a parking lane that don't have that, part of the occupant protection we had out there where it could be, we also had, there was orange sand-filled barriers that could be placed as well. So there's various options that have to meet a certain standard that the industry has for those, for impact resistance. And those are the things that I had spoke to previously. It's situational. It depends on where it's located and the traffic volumes and other things like that. Staff would review those when the situation comes up and determine what the most appropriate level of protection would be for the given patio.
Okay, thank you very much for that information.
All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. I have Councillor Williamson, followed by Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city solicitor. Turn it on. Sorry.
Obviously, you didn't listen.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the city solicitor, I just wonder if you could comment on the issue whether we need $2 million or $5 million in terms of liability insurance, what your advice would be on that to council. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the honorable council member. From a legal liability perspective, the more money you have available for coverage is, in my view, always better, because a lawsuit, especially when it comes to personal injury, can be quite high. And I have seen personal injury claims for multi-million dollars. So if something really bad would happen with many people getting injured, then a multi-million lawsuit may be launched and the city may be named as a defendant, in which case requiring that insurance coverage would be extremely beneficial to the corporation because our potential liability would be lower. So by lowering the required insurance amount from $5 million to $2 million, we are essentially increasing the chance for the corporation to have to pay out at the end.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris, don't touch anything. Don't touch. There you go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Economic Development and Tourism. As the GOAT of the program, like the greatest of all time, quarterback, how's that? But, well, because you referenced a quarterback, so I'm just wondering, are there going to be any sort of standards for, like, I get a lot of complaints from different people about how certain people use skids and different things for their patios. Are there going to be standards?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there will be in the guidelines. We're looking for a better viewpoint for the public realm. And just a better look in downtown. So yeah, we want, and to the DTA executive director's point, the request around CIP is certainly to offset some of those costs because she was able to secure a grant last year that helped some of the businesses improve their piece of the public realm to make it look better. So we'll certainly look at grant opportunities to support that effort, should they not be able to be supported through the municipality. But yeah, the whole entire point is to improve the public realm so everybody has a better viewpoint of the downtown.
So when people apply, you'll actually go through the plans and see what the building materials are? And
that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. And I will say, and I think it's an important point to note from Councillor Harris, I think during the pandemic, we did things a little bit differently because businesses were experiencing a lot of difficulties, and the opportunities that we created by expanding out this temporary patio program was one that they would not have been able to plan for, and one that they may not have necessarily had all the revenue they would have wanted at that time to actually take advantage of it. So for one, I was the downtown councillor when that started. I know that I appreciated the fact that staff were making it as easy as possible for those businesses to be able to get open when their doors had to be closed. I think there were some businesses that managed to stick around because they had those opportunities. But I think Councillor Harris's point is very well taken, that we are now emerging from that. These are plans that are being put in place now for the future, and we do need to make sure that that the downtown looks as good as is possible, and that we are holding people to quality standards to make sure it looks the way we want it to look. Are there any questions or comments with respect, questions of the presenters? All right, seeing none, can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then can I get a councillor to move the staff recommendation for the report? Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Dodge. So the staff recommendation is on the screen. At this point, anybody who wishes to, well, actually, Councillor McPherson did make the motion, so Councillor McPherson, would you like to speak to the report, or would you like to wait until the end? Wait until the end. Are there any councillors that would like to speak to the report at this time? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to put the amendment on the table to change from 5 to 2 and to see what the temperature around the horseshoe is.
All right, so Councilor McPherson, would that be friendly? No? All right, so we will speak strictly to the amendment at this time, okay, so that the insurance liability for seasonal patios be changed from 5 million to 2 million. That's on the floor. Councilor Stevens, are you speaking to that amendment? Just the amendment? Okay. So Councilor Stevens is up first.
So I'm not in favor of the amendment. I think, I'm all in favor of businesses and saving money. We are giving them a break on the fees, on the licensing fees. So there's some money there for them to look at getting insurances. Also, listening to the solicitor saying that we have to look out for the city as a whole as well. So I think the way it should stand at 5 million, the staff recommendation should stand as it is. I don't think it's a big cost to go from 2 to 5 from my recollections from some of the clubs I belong to. Liability insurance isn't super expensive, but it could be different in different aspects. But in my when we did it, it wasn't a lot of money to bump up. So yes, that's staff recommendations.
All right, thank you, Councilor Stevens. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I am concerned about the amount. I know, I hear what the city solicitor said, but, some of these are pretty small businesses, and I know a particular example I'm involved with were not the same thing because there are volunteer organizations involved, but it's not easy to get 5 million insurance, and sometimes the insurance company can be quite difficult in terms of giving you that insurance. So I would support something less. If not 2, maybe we can go to 3, but I don't know how the mover would feel about trying 3 just to get some support.
All right, I have Councilor McPherson, followed by Councilor Townsend, and then Councilor Miller. So Councilor Townsend can respond to that question when his turn is up. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking for clarification on what the insurance was for last year. The requirement.
Ms. Douglas?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, the 5 million insurance has been in place since 2001.
Okay, thank you. So we're just keeping it the same as it always has been. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I guess it can be kind of confusing seeing that other municipalities like Burlington or Oakville are doing this. Many other municipalities offer the 2. I don't see a reason why we can't bring down that 5. If it has to be 3 million liability, sure, but I believe, again, I'm not sure if there's only the 2 options. Can you do 3? Maybe you can do 3, but it just seems, I'm not sure if maybe one of the directors can comment on if there are other municipalities in Niagara that require the 5 million?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware in Niagara, many of our municipal comparators do require the 5 million.
Okay, I feel like it's again, it's an ask during this time, but again, if we want to change it, if it's to 3 million, we can change it to 3 million.
All right, so we have 3 million on the floor. I will look to Councilor Miller, followed by Councilor Kushner.
Thanks. Through you, probably to the Director of Economic Development. There seems to be some confusion about whether this insurance is difficult to obtain or if it is not difficult to obtain. Do we have any insight from businesses about what impact 5 million to 2 million might make?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can recall one restaurant bar challenging us on that throughout the term of the temporary patios the last couple of years. And through you to the councillor, I've just confirmed that Niagara Falls and Fort Erie both require 5 million in liability insurance.
So, I guess, in your opinion, is moving from 5 to 3 going to induce more to do it, or probably the ones who can get 3 million in insurance could get 5 million as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not in the business of risk management, and I don't operate a temporary patio, so I couldn't answer that question.
Councillor, I will say, with respect to your question, I think it should be noted that the $5 million liability insurance has been an ongoing requirement of this program. And so I think if there are businesses that did not believe they should be taking out 5, they wouldn't have engaged in the program up to this point.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious if there are others out there who aren't doing it because of that, and this would maybe get them in. But to be fair, I have not heard that at all, so.
I will say, from my perspective, having been the downtown councillor, that particular issue was never one that was raised with me. The concerns that I heard in the past, and it was part of the reason why I think staff went to that ongoing review of all of the plans in those, was that it took time to get through the process to make sure whatever patio they were setting up was conforming to what staff were looking for. But I think that's been fixed based on the presentation and the explanation of how they're going to review plans. The liability insurance was never raised to me as a concern. That's
Okay.
anecdotal, I apologize.
No, yeah,
it's not better than that.
Okay, no, thanks, I appreciate that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have is general. If the insurance liability is higher, does that create an incentive for somebody to sue for a higher amount?
Look to the Director of Legal for that one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the council member. With respect to potential lawsuits, I do not think potential plaintiffs would take into consideration the amount of insurance money available, but rather the plaintiff's lawyers or the legal representatives would be considering the extent of the injury and looking through precedents such as case law, see what the damages claimable, so to speak, would be for those injuries, and the excuse me, the available insurance coverage is a tool for them to be successful in recovering those damages.
So what you're saying is that the insurance liability would not become a floor for a lawsuit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council member, the amount of insurance would come into play once the damages are established and payout is imminent. So if somebody is successful of bringing a lawsuit in the amount of, for example, $3 million, and the insurance coverage of the defendant is only for $2 million, then you run into a potential problem of the $1 million difference. But if these patios are on municipal property, then more than likely the corporation would be named as a defendant, and the plaintiffs would be looking to the corporation for the difference. And that is the reason that I would naturally recommend a higher insurance requirement for that particular reason.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Seeing no other hands, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on just the amendment that the insurance liability for seasonal patios be changed from $5 million to $3 million.
So on the amendment, we have Councillor Townsend. Yes. Councillor Stevens.
No.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Miller.
No.
Councillor Phillips. Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
And Mayor Cisco.
No.
And that's lost.
Right, so we're back to the main motion. Councillor Townsend, you do still have the floor. Do you wish to make any further comment?
No, I will support it as is.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions or comments with respect to the main motion? All right, seeing none, I did say to Councillor McPherson, wrap up. All right, well, I will wrap up. I will just say, and I will give kudos to the last term of council, and I will give kudos to the 2010-2014 term of council for creating the original program, the last term of council for expanding the program during the COVID crisis, and I hope to this council for streamlining it, making this a permanent part of the community. I think we've all been to other municipalities where we see curbside patios and on-street patios, and we've all looked at it and thought, what a great addition that could be. And we've actually seen that here in St. Catharines. I know from my perspective, the downtown is significantly more vibrant now because of the patios on street than it has been in previous years. So I would encourage council to pass this and make it easier for businesses across the city to get these patios set up. And with that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Miller?
Yes.
Councillor Phillips? Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Garcia?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson? Mayor
Yes.
Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Unanimously. Item 9.2, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, P18-062-1, Lake Street Road Improvements from Welland Avenue to Ontario Street, Award of Tender and Budget Reallocation. This was requested by Councillor Garcia. Can I get a councillor to move the staff recommendation in the report? Councillor Townsend. And a seconder, Councillor McPherson. So the motion is on the board. I will look to Councillor Townsend first. As the mover, any comment on this?
I'll speak after Councillor Garcia brings his concerns forward.
Okay, so then I will look to Councillor Garcia first. If you want to press your button, perfect. Just give me 1 second while the system catches up to what we're trying to accomplish. Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess, first of all, the clarification from the clerk, since I'm asking questions about a bid that was submitted and what was decided and recommended. Is that something that can be discussed in public, or should we go in camera?
So through the chair, any questions that are general to the process, that would be the same for any tender, that can be done publicly. For any specific details about any of the businesses or entities that have submitted a bid, I would recommend that you go in camera under a trade secret, scientific, technical, or commercial financial information that could impact, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive advantage of another organization.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on that, I would request that we go in camera, please.
So motion to go in camera for the reason as noted by the clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. In camera we go. Council, a reminder to please leave all electronic devices in the chamber. Welcome back. All right. Resuming from the in-camera, Councilor Garcia, you do still have the floor. Do you have any further questions or comment? No, alrighty then. So Councilor Garcia is done. Are there any other questions or comments before I turn it over to Councilor Townsend for final comment? All right. Councilor Townsend, you have the floor. Wait, it will work. It will work. There we go.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I support the staff recommendation as displayed on the screen right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilor Townsend. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend,
Yes.
Councillor McPherson, Councillor McPherson,
Yes.
Councillor Garcia,
Yes.
Councillor Lindell,
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff,
Yes.
Councillor Kushner,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Dodge,
Yes.
Councillor Miller,
Yes.
Councillor Phillips,
Yes.
Councillor Stevens,
Yes.
Councillor Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we're on to item, what is 9.3 on my schedule, memorandum from the Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services regarding the update regarding the former YMCA site. This was pulled by myself, and I believe there's a motion that's going up on the screen that staff be directed to contact Atria to request that they submit a proposal for council's consideration. I can't really make that motion. Councilor Williamson, could I ask you to make that motion? Okay, so Councilor Williamson, and just quickly looking for a seconder, Councilor Townsend. All right, so Councilor Williamson, would you like to speak to this?
I would, and I guess I won't go through the whole history of it, and the memo does state a lot of what's been said. The previous council made 3 motions when we learned that the YMCA was going to be sold, and devastating news that it was going to be closed and sold, including the last motion involved a request to purchase if all other avenues failed. That's thanks to Councillor Dodge, put that forward. It has been sold. It served the city for 25 years, from '94 till the pandemic struck. It has a accessible pool, double gym, and a splash pad on the first floor, which I think the city potentially could be interested in using. And it sounds like the owner may be willing to talk to us about using this. We have aquatics report that suggests that we need a minimum of 2 pools, so this could act as a stopgap. If that's anyway, so we need to get the discussions going, and there's a very active group, Save the Y group, with some civic leaders that are involved that also would like to get involved once I think this discussion takes place between staff and Atria. I also think it might be useful for council at some point, if this starts to come to fruition, to go for a tour of the facility, if we could arrange that. There are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Williamson, and I'll just take this opportunity to thank you, thank Councilor Dodge, and all those members of council who've been trying to push this forward over the last couple of years. Councilor Townsend, followed by Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the mover, I'm just asking if it would be appropriate to include the word partnership in the ask. Submit a partnership proposal for partnership.
So that is a friendly amendment.
Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, followed by Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, like you, to Councilor Williamson for taking the lead on this over all of those motions. My question through you to the Director of Community Services, too long. The memo says that city staff have visited the site on a couple of occasions. How long, in 2022, how long ago were the last visits and discussions with the owner?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the last tour occurred in October of 2022. We have had ongoing discussions with Atria and the Save the Walker group till now. So conversations are ongoing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Garcia. Councilor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps I can just get some clarification. I know that Councilor Williamson named a few things, the pool, anyway, a few of the things that are available to us. When they come back to us with the proposal of the partnership, are they going to look at the whole facility to give us ideas in case they haven't been requested by us specifically that would be available to us as a city?
My understanding, and Mr. Christie can correct me if I'm wrong, but yes, everything will be on the table, and that's what we're looking for, along with options.
Okay. Is there a time frame when we can expect something back?
I believe it's at their discretion, but I've mentioned to Mr. Christie I'd like us to be aggressive on this one. So, Mr. Christie?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So as I said, we've been having conversations with Atria. I'd expect them to be able to turn this around rather quickly, Councillor. So I'm not sure of a given date, but when I speak with them, I will ensure that I let them know that council is awaiting, so that we can put some speed behind it.
Okay. And then when it comes to the tour for us, would it be before they bring something back to us that you would ask for that, or after that when it comes back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can arrange that whenever council is available. I think just with the sheer size of council and people's availability, we might have to make a couple of different sort of arrangements. We can.
Additionally, quorum considerations. So we would have to break it into several groups, but I think that can be arranged in the short to medium term. All right, thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Lindell, followed by Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff, I don't know if you can actually answer this or not, but in your talks with Atria, have you discussed costs of bringing up the facilities to standard? Because I know in your memo you had said that because they had been sitting for a while, there could be a problem.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've broached the subject, Councillor, but we haven't received that type of number to let us know how much to bring it back to life, if you will.
And Atria hasn't actually said if maybe they'd be willing to absorb that cost in a relationship, a partnership?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, because staff didn't have direction to negotiate with Atria, the conversations never went to that level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to go along with what Councillor Lindell just said, I'd have significant concerns regarding the pool, the situation that we might be in, because the pool's been down for quite a while. And you being a former Y director, Mr. Christie, you might be able to answer this, but would it not be wise to have a third party do an inspection of that pool thoroughly to ensure what costs, whether it's Atria or ourselves, would be in order to remediate that pool to get it to operational condition?
I can see Mr. Christie is chomping at the bit, but Mr. Martuccio definitely feels like he has something to add here. So
well, either one. I'd be very pleased with either one. I'm sure they're both experts.
They're both experts in the situation. Mr. Martuccio?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We do have a condition assessment of the pool that was provided by Atria, and there were some deficiencies with regards to how the pool operates based on current standards. The pool has also been closed, like you said, for at least a couple years, and in our site visits, there are definitely parts of the recirculation system that would need to be replaced in order to be able to put the pool back into operation. But those condition assessments, like I said, are now at least a couple years old. It probably would be prudent to have the systems reevaluated again.
Thank you. I mean, I'm, along with Councillor Williamson and the many other people on council, I'm supportive of investigating that, but we have to know what we're into as far as money is concerned, and to partner, I like the word partnership with Atria, because if it's a lot of money, I don't think we can do it on our own, so we're going to need a lot of help.
And I think staff take those comments and comments like them as direction to make sure that information is what is forthcoming.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, this is just the first step to see if there's a potential for a partnership. So then you'll come back with like, they want us to pay for this, they'll pay for that, and blah, 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 and then we'll have a chance to approve that or not.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Perfect, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. If there are no further questions, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 10, our motions. 10.1 has been pulled. I am jumping forward to 10.2, which is the raising of the Welland Canal bridges. Moving the motion is Councillor Phillips. Seconding the motion, I have Councillor Dodge. I just made a guess on that one this afternoon. Councillor Phillips, do you wish to speak first, or would you like to reserve comments?
I'll reserve comments, thank you.
Okay. So if there are councillors who wish to speak to this particular motion, feel free to jump into the queue at this time. As we wait for it to come up and not seeing anybody come up, I will simply say that this is one that we have had long discussions with, but I think recent events, as Councillor Phillips is about to indicate, may have hopefully allowed us to have a better vector for conversations with the Seaway on this, because I think it's been clearly demonstrated why this motion and what can result from it is a necessity. So I'll turn to Councillor Phillips.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Dodge and I have been working on this issue for years, and I mean years, and never has it come to light like it has in the recent past with the explosion we had in Port Weller. I know we have a situation where if there is an emergency in Port Weller East, that Chief Upper's staff can contact the Seaway and both bridges will stay, or a bridge will stay down. However, if you happen to have two ships going in or out at the same time and you have an emergency like that, they can't get those bridges down, and it's going to take 5-10 minutes or more to get one of them a bridge cleared. This has nothing to do with convenience of getting to Niagara Lake in time for your Shaw Festival show. It has everything to do with the safety of the people of Port Weller East. There's no reason that those two bridges have to be up at the same time. So I'm asking that staff get a hold of senior staff from Transport Canada, St. Lawrence Seaway, our two MPs, and our senior staff here, along with Councillor Dodge and myself, so we can discuss this issue and put it to bed once and for all. I don't know if the Chief would like to address that at all or not, or just say, yes, you're right.
He's nodding his agreement that, yes, you are right, Councillor. Chief, do you want to make comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councillor Phillips, I will simply echo what you said. This is a safety issue, and hopefully, I know you and Councillor Dodge have been working on this as long as I've been on council, and I know it stretches beyond those 13 years to before I got here. It's an ongoing concern, and it is a safety issue, and that's been very roundly demonstrated in the last month. So thank you for this motion. I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Phillips. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to 10.3, hospital and ambulance patient offload times. This motion is moved by Councillor Dodge and seconded by Councillor Phillips, because you seem to do things in tandem, so we thought it would make most sense. Councillor Dodge, would you like to introduce this, or would you like to speak at the end? Okay, so Councillor Dodge will speak at the end. Are there any questions or comments to the motion? Before Councillor Dodge speaks, because I do want to give her the last word, I appreciate the fact that she brought this forward. This has been an ongoing issue, and I know staff forwarded the reports from the region dealing with offload delays over the last year, as long as I have been at the region. It's an issue that will not go away, and it very clearly demonstrates a number of needs. I appreciate the work that Councillor Dodge put into this motion and identifying some of those things that could make the situation better. With that, I talked long enough. Councillor Garcia would like to speak, so I'll move it to Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add a friendly amendment that in addition to Niagara Regional Council, and local and provincial representatives and the Minister of Health, that the resolution also go to all the area municipalities.
Councillor Dodge, friendly? Yes. Okay. Councillor Phillips? Yes. All right. All area municipalities. Appreciate that. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, Councillor Dodge, would you like to speak? Just wait. Just wait. Now go. Yeah. Press it again. There.
Sorry. So I think that it's pretty self-explanatory what we're trying to accomplish here, and I think that this is just one of the flaws that we're having with our health services at this time. So those would be my comments, and I hope everyone can support this.
Excellent. And with that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
A hearty yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
It is unanimous. Number 11 is call for notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion for this evening? All right, seeing none. There were 2 report requests. We can take the top one off. Just looking to the council coordinator if she wants to remove the first one. So the one report request that was moving forward from Councillor Ratzlaff, that staff provide information on the ongoing discussions with the region and other potential partners that were initiated further to gaps in service over Christmas 2022 regarding what can be done to improve the joint response for warming stations during stat holidays, extreme weather events. Are there any other report requests this evening? Councilor Miller is going to second that one. Okay. There are no other report requests. All those in favor of the report? Opposed? That's carried. Committee and task force minutes. We have minutes to receive from the advisory committees of council as presented. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor Harris, Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And finally, we are at the closed session. So I'll look to the clerk to give us the reasons for going into closed.
So there's 3 reasons today. The motion to go into closed session is for the first item, property matter disposal, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239C, a proposed or pending disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 320 Geneva Street, Realty File number 20.046. The next is from the Office of the CAO, Kiefer Road Fire Emergency Update number 1, closed session pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and 239(2)F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. And the third item is correspondence received by councilors from QP Local 150, closed pursuant to Municipal Act Section 239(2)D, labor relations or employee negotiations, and that's a request from council, not a staff report.
All right, can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Dodge, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? Away we go. A reminder, council, if we could leave our electronic devices in the chamber. Right, folks, we have resumed from in session. We have several motions coming out of our closed session. The first one is that council approve the staff recommendation contained in report CAO 010-2023 regarding a proposed property disposition, Realty File 20.046. That's moved by Councillor Stevens and seconded by Councillor Townsend. And I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson. Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Garcia.
No.
Councillor Dodge. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Councillor Garcia, I sincerely appreciate. 15.2, Chief Administrative Officer 20 Kiefer Road. The council approved the staff recommendation contained in report CAO 024-2023 regarding Kiefer Road Fire Emergency Update Number 1. Moving is Councillor Dodge, seconding is Councillor Phillips. And before we go to the vote, can I look to Mr. Oakes, the CAO, for a quick comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the public's information, we will be targeting February 28th as the date to have a community meeting with the residents of Port Weller East and those beyond to provide an update and a status situation on the development.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Item 15.3, correspondence received by councilors from QP Local 150. Just the council received the information as presented in closed session. Moving is Councillor Harris, seconding is Councillor Ratzlaff. And can I look to the clerk to call the roll?
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson. Yes. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens. Yes. Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Miller.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Garcia.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Bylaws, that the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to I be read a first time, considered and passed, and that they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. Moving that is Councillor Harris, seconding Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And adjournment. Who wants to be my adjournment friend? Councillor Dodge, Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? Good night, y'all.